Can you hear me now? Good evening. Well, I must have had my mic muted. I've got a shortcut for my mic on this. I'm not using Broadcaster tonight. I'm using XSplit Gamecaster. What's that, Larry? From the top. Oh, I know what you mean, yeah. Yeah, there's 14 in. I'm going to cut out what I said for the last 2 minutes. Well, the good news is that I've got my remaining days that are still owed to me for this year before the end of the financial year and the start of the new financial year. So I'm off all next week. I'm working tomorrow and I'm working Sunday, and then that's me. So I've already had a word with Stubb to get something organised with Albinario. Hopefully that can be done at some point. Well, it will be done at some point next week. It doesn't matter when it's done, I'll be there. I'll definitely be there. Welcome everybody. I've got the chat overlay on my main monitor with XSplit Gamecaster, so I've got absolutely no problem reading the chat tonight. It's dead easy. It's only when I put it in the second monitor that I struggle. I'm a personal shopper. I've been doing that for, how long have I been doing that for? 2014. So, as I said before, 9ball.com was a prophecy 20 years ago or more when I created that name, because I never knew then that I would end up working in .com. So there's a coincidence. Right, so the top of the hour has come and gone. The rooms are up. We've got Chimpy against Michael. I think we'll go in and watch that match because I've not seen this chap Michael 2001. Now that obviously, when people make their names up, they generally, the rookie people that make their names up start putting their names with their date of birth next to them. So Michael may well be 21 years old and Christian born in 1972, so there's no more clues other than that. Is that right? I don't, in fact, who's Sarah? What was the other name? That's not another profile, is it? Anyway, Chippy against Michael, whoever that is, male or female. We've got Larry and John Boo, Risk and Jack Cole, Sylvia and Christian, Stefan and Spectre Don, and that must mean that Mr. Fox has got a bye because I don't see his name there. And DJ Redo travelling TT. So for anybody who's joined us who doesn't know, this is a double elimination tournament. Race to 7 on the winner's side, race to 4 on the one-loss side. It's handicapped, and it's handicapped by money balls. So that's the match we're going to go in and have a look at. Cloth colour, right, cloth colour. Check my little doodle, see it's working okay. And we're good to go. And looking at the HUD, Michael is getting 5 and out, so that's a hefty advantage to him or her. Bearing in mind he's only a 1500 rated player. But Chimpy can't be taking any liberties because one mistake at this point in Iraq is deadly. Provided that that Michael could take advantage. Quick word about the Virtual Straight Pool World Championships. If any of you haven't seen Bedhead's last 2 matches, then go on to my YouTube channel when you've got time and just look for the match. Now the last match with Bedhead, it's not titled Bedhead because they were the second match that we went to. But it's the last stream that I did, and then there's a previous one that I did, and Bedhead is stepping up in that tournament on the one-loss side. His last two matches have ended with a 64 run out and a 71 run out. And that's the sort of standard you have to be getting to late on in that straight pool tournament. So Stubb and Albinario, when they meet, they've got they've got to be setting a fairly high standard, because one of them is going to end up heading over to the one-loss side, and they may well bump in to Bedhead. Who's to say? Well, Michael has stolen the first rack. Whatever happened, I don't know. I was looking at the chat. Good evening to Mark. I take it that chat is now loud and clear on your screens, because it is on mine, now that I'm using my old-fashioned Gamecaster. It's still perfect for Virtual Pool 4. And this is the perils of 5 and out. Chimpy has got to be accurate, he's got to be consistent, and he can't make mistakes. I don't know whether I've fixed that that replay thing. I messed about with it for a good hour today. I never actually did a stream to actually test it. I did my best to reset it. I don't know whether it's maybe a bug in it or something, but we'll find out whenever I do the next match. So Chimpy just wants to come up the table here. He doesn't want to go into the rail. He doesn't need to. He's only going to roll the 6 ball into the side anyway. And then the one shot he has to get right is from the 7 to the 8. So he's got to leave the right angle in this 7. And the problem with the angle in the 7 is that he doesn't want to be coming... he doesn't want to be cutting it and coming this way. He doesn't want to be potting it like that and having to come that way, because he could end up hitting that knuckle. So he's gone dead straight, I think. So he'll be coming down to the bottom rail. So he's going to tie the match up. Break off in rack number 2. Rack looks dead straight again. The racks don't seem to tilt anywhere near as much. I've said that before, but whatever Steve ended up doing, you don't notice any... It's not really noticeable. I'll say that again. Noticeable. Any tilt on that rack. Well, there's one way to pot a ball. Although I think he's got himself hooked in the 2. And that line that he's taking there is to catch the edge of the 2, I think. Let's have a... Sorry about that, wrong button. Hang on a minute. That's better. Where's Michael? Where's Michael from? You guys will need to tell me, because I can't see it with the bloody chat. And I'm not going to his profile. Canada. Well, it's definitely not. It's not anybody I've ever seen. I don't know how long he's been with VP4, but he's definitely a rookie. Lots to learn. Now, once again, he's finished dead straight in this 4 ball. Now, can he draw back and avoid the 8? And maybe he might end up clipping the 7, depending on what line he gets off this. All right, I've got you now. That's right. Was this the one and was masquerading as Sarah, and now he's finally changed his name to Michael? Right, I remember now. Well, there's a huge mistake. I wish I had a replay for that one. But what a gift and a half. And this is why you cannot get nervy when you're giving away that 5 and out handicap. Now, rookies tend to do silly things with balls like this over pockets. But Michael hasn't. And so it's an absolute gift, and Chimpy wants to be kicking himself for that, because I've got video evidence of that miss. That was really poor. So Michael breaks off in rack number 4, 2-1 up, something gone into the side pocket, I don't know what. No, it was a cue ball. Well, that doesn't help. So Chimpy under a wee bit of pressure here. He's going to have to play the 5-7 combo. And, well, he's getting really desperate when he's not confident enough to run a table. The experience he's got, he's trying to play a long 1-9 combo. He might regret doing something daft like that. Well, he's decided against it. I think he's looking to get on the 2. I think he was winding us up there. Now, the path that he has to take, let's have a look. Because that 2's tight past the 7. Why not just roll the 1 into the side? Yeah, just roll it into the side. And get right. He wants to get, well, he's gone down below the 2, which is not the best of ideas, considering he's going to have to now play Chinese snookered over the 9 ball, a dodgy cut in the 2. And may well end up hooked in the 3. Good evening to WizKid. This is going to come up behind the 6, I think. Is he going to run? No, he's okay. So it's a roundabout way of getting there, but he's got there. And the other tricky shot is, well, it could be tricky. It all just depends on where the if the 5 ball stays right over the pocket when he plays this combo. But well, it should do. This should just be dead weight. Well, he's going to have to punch this out. And try and play it up table, I would think. He's almost got there. It could have been better. So off the rail and out for the 8 ball into the same pocket, or maybe the side pocket. Oh, he's overcut that by a mile. And the saving grace for him is where the 6 ball is finished, because that could have been another gift for Michael. Well, this is still another major test, this cut. Not easy. And I presume Mr. Fox, I haven't looked at the bracket yet, but I presume he's waiting in the winner of this. Well, a helpful little kiss off the 8 ball will do him nice. Just a little roll through. Try and get as straight as he can on this 9 ball. That was a bit of a shocker this afternoon. I was trolling around YouTube, and I was also messing about with my XSplit broadcaster. And then I went on to Facebook, and I saw the post it was a post for the BBC about Shane Warne, and I thought, this is a wind-up. I couldn't believe it. 52 years old, and he's gone. So, 2 racks all, dry break from Chimpy. And where did I say that Michael was from? Was it Canada or other states? Oh God, Christ! I can't see it again. Anyway, Chimpy's from the Netherlands, unless he's moved home to get further away from the Ukraine. I noticed that quite a few supermarkets are Canada. I noticed that quite a few supermarkets. I read something, and again I can't remember where I read it. Might have been in the teletext and the TV text there when I was browsing it earlier. That quite a few supermarkets are taking the Russian vodka off their shelves. I noticed Tesco wasn't mentioned. Whether they'll join the bandwagon or there's too much in it for them, they don't want to risk losing any sales, because we definitely sell the Russian vodka, loads of it. Well, 2 balls right in the middle of the table, and you can tell Michael's definitely. I think the first thing that a lot of new players need to do is do a bit of tweaking with whether it be their camera or the mouse or whatever, or their zoom setting, to make it more comfortable for them to shoot. And a lot of new players, first of all, they don't know enough about the ins and outs of the game and the settings in the game. That's the first thing that they need to learn. But eventually when you do, you can tweak about and get the settings to a more comfortable setting. Good evening to Popman. You know, when you see new players or relatively inexperienced players struggling to pop balls, you know, they're clearly, obviously, not finding the aiming line. But all of that stuff becomes more natural the longer you play it. You know, it's the great thing about virtual pool is you're not going to be an overnight success. Where's the 9 ball going? Thought that was going to drop in there. The Chimpy odds are on now to be in the lead. I don't know, because the strange thing, Popman, is it doesn't tell you on Steam. And I couldn't be bothered looking for it. It's probably just a few little bug fixes or something. Doesn't update auto. Well, I've got auto updates on Steam anyway, so I think mine is scheduled for Tuesday. My update in Kartcraft. I haven't. You can manually get it to update, but I'll just let it run round to Tuesday, and it will do it itself as soon as I boot Steam up. And then I'll probably go to the website and try and find out what the tweaks are. But that's probably all it is. It may well just be a little couple of bug fixes or things like that. They might be tweaking the physics slightly. So Chimpy goes into the lead. 3 racks to 2, couple of balls in the break. And the 1 ball is on. And he should be out. This table couldn't be much better. Is that cue ball still spinning? Oh no, the 2 is. You start looking around the table to see what ball's still spinning. And oh right, I remember now. Who is it that told me that they told me that he was using a voice changer, was he, or something like that? I think that's what I remember now. So he was posing as a girl. Some folk are weird that way. I wonder if he was actually sitting there in a dress while he was doing that. Maybe it's a fetish he's got. Maybe he's sitting with a ribbon in his hair and a bunch of daffodils in a wee pink dress. I think Chimpy's got himself in trouble here by the look of it, yeah. And this is why when you don't want to be making mistakes. He's gone square in this 6 ball. Little dink in the 6. Good evening to Tommy. I'll say again, anybody who hasn't seen the end of the last match, my last stream, go and watch it. Go probably 20 odd minutes in from the end of the stream and you'll see Bedhead's classy run out. Twice in a row he's done it. Excellent. So there's now daylight and Michael's really relying on these errors from Chimpy to give him a chance because Michael's not going to be of a level of consistency that's going to let him run balls here, I don't think. Can always prove us wrong, but unless he has to, if he has to start moving the cue ball, that's where he's going to struggle, because if you don't know the ins and outs of that, you're up against it. That's 7. Where are you, Tommy? Well, yeah, you have got a German flag, so presumably that means 7 PM UK time. I'll be there for that. It wasn't on the bracket 10 minutes ago when I looked. But that's good to know. So here's a little tricky one. A little dink in the gap and around the corner. I think there's enough angle there to do it. Let's have a look. Oh yes. Nice angle just to drop into the gap. And again, there's enough angle there to go to the rail and back up into the table. Well, I'll get my live stream sorted out for then. We'll be back on broadcaster. So Chimpy is going to go 5-2 up unless he has an absolute disaster here. So while he's doing that, let's have a quick look. I presume it's Mr. Foxy's waiting to play him. Get that zoomed in a bit. And so we've got Christian getting 6 and out against Sylvia. Christian's 4-2 up. Larry's all square with John Boo. John Boo getting the 6 ball, so Larry's under a bit of pressure there. Mr. Fox is no, he's through waiting in the winner of the Stefan Spectre Don match, and Spectre Don's 5-3 up. Stefan getting, what's that? Is that the 6 ball or the 5 ball? See, this is why Steve needs to change that. I can't see that, I'm sat right in front of it. And then there's the match we're watching right now. DJ Redo's 4-1 down to Travelling TT, who's getting 7 and out. And Bankster's got the bye as well. And he's waiting in the winner of Risk and Jack Cole. Good evening. Now let's see if this mute button works. Hang on a minute till I find it again. And that should be it back. Now, just into the tiny gap on the rail. Oh, tell a lie, I forgot about the 4 ball. Yeah, Well, that's not straighten up in this 4-ball. It's now gone. I mean, it goes no problem, but the problem's the cue ball and the accessibility to the 5-ball. I mean, you can get to the 5-ball, but there's a hindrance of those 2 balls in the way, so you're either going to get lucky. Let's have a look. I think he's trying to get into the gap this side rather than going to the rail, I would think, at this open gap. Yeah. And in the end, he scratched, so it's a gift of a chance for Michael to get his 3rd rack in the board. Ball in hand on the 4-ball. Just pot it, stop the cue ball, but even shots like that, you've got to get them right. And a roll in the 5. And the match might not be over yet. Michael, hard to see the track lines, Muppet. I think you better shut up and learn how to play the game. Oh, that's Chimpy that's saying that. Well, what's eating Michael then? Well, he just has to accept that. He's a novice. Simple as that. I mean, you can tell by looking. I'm not getting involved. I'm staying well clear. But he shouldn't be doing that in a tournament. And what are you doing in there, Mark, stirring it up even more? You see, that's where Chimpy is taking the bait as well. You know, you shouldn't even be responding to guys like that. Just ignore him. I've got it all in video if anybody wants to watch the chat. But you shouldn't be responding to him because that's only stirring it up and making it worse for the guy. Because he's walking right into it. We'll not be happy about this. You know, there's the one thing he has to learn is how to try and play a jump shot. But I somehow get the impression that I don't think he's really willing to learn much from the way he approached that shot. Well, Chimpy's got it all to do. He's going to have to find a way to certainly get on the 5-ball so he can play a safety because he hasn't got the angle to make the pot and hit this 8 ball and 5-ball. Well, Michael won't be happy about that again. Chimpy's fluked two snookers, he's fluked. And there's results coming in already. And Stepan has gone to the 1-loss side. Spectre Dawn wins 7-4. I don't know what the hell's happened to Silver, whether she showed up or not. Well, she must have showed up because we're half an hour into the tournament, so I don't know why it's ended up in a forfeit. I would imagine Christian would be getting a reasonable handicap there. So the 5 ball still locked up. This guy seems to have some sort of chip in his shoulder now. Bear in mind that, as I said earlier, the fact that he's Michael 2001, he's what, 21 years old, so he's more than a kid. He sounds very much like he's one of these people you don't want to meet in any game online. They're just what I call an arsehole. Good evening, Spectre. Ball in hand for Chimpy. So he should just knuckle down, get this match over with, and hope he doesn't meet him again in another tournament. Now, I'm reliably told that isn't Spectre. That is not Spectre Dawn. Now, if I remember rightly, is that his brother or somebody? Of course, it could be Sarah, for all we know. Anybody can be anybody. So Chimpy 1 away. Yeah, that's it. That's Spectre Dawn pretending he's got a brother called Spectre. See, you can make up all sorts of crap. 4 ball in. 1 ball is on. 2 ball up the rail past the 8 ball, I would imagine. He should be out again. He should be home and dry here, because he's got no reason whatsoever he can't run this table. Well, he's finished dead straight in the 2, so he'll just be killing the cue ball, I would imagine. Just so he can roll the 3 in, cut the 5 in, come out into the table for the 6. I can't see where this is going to go wrong. I think there's a slight angle there, or he can just draw whatever he's comfortable with. Alright. So Chimpy goes through. And good luck to whoever meets Michael on the 1 loss side if he stays in the tournament, that is. He might do a runner. Don't think he's got the stomach for the fight. Resorts to the verbal bashing when he's losing. You've just got to face facts. You know, you're a rookie in the game and you're playing somebody that's better than you. Simple as that. Somebody that's been around the game for a good number of years, albeit in and out. Hasn't been here for a long time, Chimpy. But he goes through it. And what have we got? Well, Christian went through in that first match against Sylvie. Now, we're going to jump in, hopefully catch the end of this match with Larry. Well, we're too late because Larry's just scraped through. Just in time to see him finishing the match, well, finishing with the cue ball. Don't know where the 9 ball went, but Larry's managed to scrape through. And it's now going to be Christian and Larry, and of course Larry's going to be given more than likely 5 and out this time to Christian. And now we've got a round 2 match with Mr. Fox and Spectre Dawn, so that's obviously the one we're going to. DJ Redo and Travelling TT are still at it. It's 4-all. And Bankster's sitting there with a bye in round 2 waiting on the winner of the match between Jack Cole and Risk, and Jack Cole looks favourite there because he's 5-1 up. I think Risk is a bit of a rookie as well. Where he appeared from I don't know. I've never seen that name before, but other than the fact that he's in VP4 as a moderator, but I don't think he's got any history in the game. Probably rookie level as well. So it's going to be Mr. Fox and Spectre Dawn, and they're underway in the first rack. It's a scratch match, no handicap, and 6 ball is awkward, let alone the fact that it's going to have to be a 4-7 combo. Oh no, he definitely. I mean, he may well play pool in real life, but he probably plays it to about the same standards as he plays VP4. They might have mental health issues. That's the thing. You don't know about the state of people's heads when you're online, and you don't know who they are. But you can bump into some crazy people. I mean, there's Stubbs, a perfect example of that. Good evening to Brain Fill Out. Well, I have a good mind to get on Discord and have a word with him and tell him what I think of him. And try and reason with the guy. Well, Spectre Dawn, is he playing the billiard onto the 9 or is he banking the 6? It could be a 2-in-1 shot here. Well, speak of the devil, there's our own care in the community joined the chat. Stub, when you're playing Albinario, there's no point in sending them proposals for like 3 o'clock in the morning European time. That won't work, so don't even waste your time sending them that sort of proposal. Just get it sorted so I know where I stand, and so everybody else knows, because they want to see that match. So Mr. Fox gets first blood. Oh, I remember Brittany as well. I think he could be one of these transgender guys. You know, maybe he's waiting in his op. Well, you can send a proposal for any time next week, Stub. I'm off. But as I say, not any time your time, because that's just crazy. But that guy, Michael, 2001, that's in the tournament, he's a nutcase. We've just watched him in that first match there tonight, and he starts telling an opponent that they're using lines. I mean, that's the old VP3 one. That one. No, well, you don't want to come across him. He's a bit of an idiot, and like I do with all idiots, I just steer well clear of them and don't get involved with them. there's people on here I last spoke to 15 years ago and have never spoke to them since. Welcome to Sergaresh. I hope the chat boxes are clearer now for everybody. I mean, it's perfect for me tonight because I'm on Gamecaster, but once I switch it over to my second monitor when I'm using XSplit Broadcaster, it's going to be a bit smaller, but I think it looks a bit better. Oh, Mr. Fox with a great opportunity to be 2-0 up here. And Jack Cole has finally got that match done against Risk by 7 racks to 1. Meanwhile, Mr. Fox should be out. Drop the 5 in, drop the 6 in the side. Maybe draw off the 7 onto the side rail and out for the 8. Well, that's what he's going to be doing. He wants to I think you just want to drag off this slightly. Because you just hit it plain ball. You don't want to be cutting across and running into the 8 ball. What's that angle like? Well, that'll do. So Spectre Dawn now has to come up with a response as and when he gets a chance. Well, that 3 ball almost got pushed in, but I think it's dry. And this is Spectre Dawn's chance he's been waiting on. Now, probably, how thin's this cut? Well, he's just probably going to come back into the table, play the 2 into the same pocket. And then make sure he doesn't hook himself with the 3. He's got loads of room in that gap to get on the 3. The only thing with this shot is he might, let's have a look, he might be just thinning it to come past the 4 again. Well, he's trying to stay below it. 7 ball goes past the 8, so everything's on. I'd love to know who the person is that, you know how I keep talking about, you know, anybody that's watching in Twitch, that's perfectly okay. If you're going to subscribe, I've asked you to subscribe to YouTube instead. Now, somebody keeps subscribing, it must be the same person, and then they unsubscribe. So I had 520 last night, and now today I've got 519, and I'm trying to get to 1,000. Well, they ain't helping. So either subscribe and stay subscribed, or don't bother at all. And I mean, how sad must you be though to be keeping subscribing and unsubscribing on YouTube channels? You can't have much to do with your time other than do that. So Spectre Dawn has got himself off the mark and he's immediately been given a free go here. Yeah, but there's definitely somebody who just subscribes and then, you know, 2 or 3 days later it disappears again. What's the point? Now, I don't know whether he can... he's going to be hitting the 9 ball. You go into your dashboard. If you're talking about Twitch, that is. Go into the dashboard on Twitch. I think it's... I think in YouTube it's community or something. I can't remember because I don't bother looking. I just look at the number at the top of my channel. So that attempted pot by Mr. Fox at the beginning of this rack looks as if it's going to cost him. Although, yeah, this is one of these slightly awkward angles, bearing in mind where that middle pocket is. But we're going to be all square. I think this could to and fro, but if Spectre Dawn gets the break now, he might be warming up. So 2 racks all into rack number 5. Spectre Dawn looks as if he's come up dry again. And the 1 is on. The problem with this shot though, the 2 balls cutting across the table and the 2 doesn't really go, I don't think. Let's have a look. No, that's definitely not going. He's trying to get over to the other side. Now, if it hadn't clipped at 7, it would have been almost there. It would have almost got there. Well, that's not a great safety though, although he hasn't left anything easy, but it could be a lock up in the 7. And again, the touch there from Spectre Dawn, like a sledgehammer, he's got to get his touch sorted out to play those little dinky shots. I think it helps if you play cowboy a lot to play those shots, because that shot to me is dead easy, and that's a shot you play a lot. The little you play like a little force follow just to get the carom. And a lot of these guys don't play cowboy a lot, so there's certain little shots that can help you, especially when you're trying to play the lock-up safety and get that stun played correctly, or the dead weight shot to roll onto that object ball, because your main target is to try and get that cue ball stuck to the object ball. If you do that, what do I keep saying, it cuts down loads of angles that's available for the incoming player to try and get out of that snooker. But Mr. Fox should be back into the lead here. Now that 8 ball right in the middle of the table looks dead easy, but yet it's dead easy to get yourself an awkward shape on this 8 ball. And I think Sylvia signed up to the Friday night 9 ball, but I don't think her heart was in it somehow or other. Forfeited her first match, ends up losing to John Boo 4-0 and promptly signs up for the straight pool. I think her mind was on other things, but certainly not the 9 ball. Not that she's a great lover of 9 ball, I know that. So Mr. Fox is going to be back in the lead. Playing the cocky little bank. Wouldn't have been funny if he'd made an arse of that. Well, this is Another dry one. Now, while this rack's getting underway, let me just come out of that, go to the home page, go to the straight pool tournament, if we can get that to come up, and we'll check that that's confirmed. We have the match on the one-loss side between MC Clarkey and Tommy on Sunday night at 7 PM GMT. Excuse me, that's 2 PM Eastern time and 11 AM Pacific. So that's the one-loss side match that we'll be streaming next. I hope you can join us if you can. Right, see you later, WizKid. If you can't, remember it'll be on the YouTube channel. And that could be a very close match. It's hard to call that one. But both of those guys need to be finding a level up. We know how difficult, or at least a lot of people know how difficult straight pool is now. What the hell am I doing? But they're going to have to set their standards by how Bedhead's been playing on that one-loss side, because sooner or later they're going to bump into him. So the tournament's hotting up now. It's cutthroat. And that goes for Stubb as well, because looking at the stats, the points per visit by Stubb is not that great, not in comparison to what Albinario and Bedhead have been doing. And meanwhile, Spectre Dawn, wrong side of the 8, but shouldn't be any problem, and should be back in level terms. Now this is beginning to look as if it's going all the way, this match. And there's another result through. Oh, that went all the way. DJ Redo and Travelling TT. DJ Redo's just fallen over the line. I think that was the 8 ball in the break there. And I don't know whether that's any good. Let's have a look. No, you can't get to the potting angle. Well, it does, Stubb. The stats don't lie. That tells me that you've been having far too many innings and not been scoring enough when you have been in. That's what that proves. Your actual contributions per visit are not good enough right now. I mean, that can improve slightly, but that's something you need to look at. Is more consistency, and the biggest problem you've always got is moving that cue ball better. That's what's letting you down, finding that spot on a regular basis. I'll have a quick look. Well, that was an ambitious attempt there at a 1-9 combo cut up the rail. And suddenly that pocket's become a big pocket, because although Spectre Dawn's hooked, he can jump and hit the 1. Let's get my little doodle out. If he hits the 1 and hits it to the rail, he could go in off the 9. It's a big pocket for that reason. Well, he didn't get the line quite well, but he's actually scratched, so it's worked in Mr. Fox's favour. Spectre Dawn took the bait, didn't execute it right, and with ball in hand, Well, I'm looking to see where the problem could be, and well, once he gets the threes, he's simply dropping that in and coming back up the table. And then it depends on how straight he is in the 4 as to how easy it will be to go on the 5. So it could just be the soft little draw. Now, does he go across the table twice, or does he try and just nurse this in? It's the second option. So now, 1 or 2 rails. Could have done with just running a wee bit more, but this will do it. And again, he's gone for the bank. So Mr. Fox back into the lead. Are we going to get a ball in the break? Yes, we are. 7 ball eventually went in off the cue ball. And shot in the 1. And somewhere up by the 5 ball is where he wants to be. The closer he can get up that end. Oh, this has gone wrong. Badly. Well, I think he can see the 2. That's a bonus, because I thought he was stone cold dead there. Welcome to Semi-Pro. And in case you don't know Semi-Pro, we've got a match on the Straight Pool World Championships for Sunday night at 7 PM. The match between, who the hell is it again? Tommy and Matt MC Clarkey. Oh, cue ball. Well, the scratches are there. We've had 2 or 3 of them so far tonight, and Spectre Dawn has got a problem to deal with, and that problem's the 6 ball. It doesn't go past the 9. The 8 ball's a blocker that side. He could possibly make a combo, although it's not set. So let's see how he deals with this issue. Now he could be trying to come down by the 9 ball. No, he's decided it's a combo. If he'd got right down towards the 9 ball, he could have had that 6 into the side or up table, but he's quite happy to leave this combo, and we can see it's not set. That's going well onto the short rail, that 8 ball. So he's got to make allowances for that, and that's what makes the shot more difficult. So Mr. Fox has got out of jail there. I think Spectre Dawn would have been maybe wiser to have tried what I was talking about and getting on the bottom side. This time it didn't work out for him. And so now but I think for the first time in the match we've got daylight between the two players. Mr. Fox now with a 2-rack lead and a break. I never heard anything go again in this break. No, it's another dry one. Well, he could play the cut up to the side pocket onto the 8. Although that looks, in fact, that's not on, that's too dodgy. Once you get round and you see the angle he's got, that wasn't really on. But he's got unlucky running into traffic. I noticed Albinario was on getting some practice in again. He's been fairly regular getting the practice in this straight pool tournament. He's gearing himself up for Stubb. Stubb doesn't do any practicing. And Larry has gone through it against Christian. 7 racks to 3, is it? Aye. Well, Spectre Dawn under a wee bit of pressure. And I think the gap's there. I think the gap is there just to catch that 2 ball. So he'll be looking to send us just to the side rail. He might well leave an option or an opportunity for a bank, but then again, he might not. He could just chip this 2 onto the 8, that's easy enough. It needs to be gentle, I think, though. He doesn't want this 2 ball to squirt away. He's played it perfect. Now 3 ball goes into the opposite side, so just a drop through. Nice and simple. And if he's the top side of the 3, it's even more simple, like that, just to roll through for the 4. Excuse me. But that's why it's always good to get the right angle on that ball to make your life a lot easier for travelling around the table to the next ball. Well, this is going to go centre of the table. He's overcooked that. And he's going to have to dig out a shot here. Big shot coming. Never a doubt. Well, again, he's just ended up dead straight in the 7th. I think it might be just a big draw. No, he's just managed to stun it. Just going to drop it in dead weight. That'll do it. I think you see most players with that shot just draw straight up into the table and leave the ball down into one of the corner pockets. Spectre Dawn's quite happy as long as you can tweak a bit of stunning the ball and leaving the cut into the side. I don't think anything went there either, did it? No, another dry break. And this is what's working against Spectre Dawn, because I think he's had certainly 2 or 3 dry breaks. Mr. Fox maybe as well, but there's nothing Spectre Dawn could do about this. If he can't get a ball in a break and he's leaving it, the table's wide open. Somebody of the level of Mr. Fox is more than likely to be running out. But the crucial shot is from the 4 to the 5. He's got to get that cue ball into the heart of the table, play the cut in the 5, I don't think he wants to be messing about trying to play the 5 off the 7, although he could do that at a push if he ends up funny. And that looks as if it's what he's going to do. So the little cut to the edge of the 7, he doesn't want to hit this too thick. And he's okay. The 8 ball's been pushed out the way. Still looking good. And another result has come through. Jack Cole has beaten Bankster 7 racks to 2. So I'd imagine Jack Cole's getting a very generous handicap. See, I've never seen him in a tournament. Perfect little angle in this 8 ball just to draw to the side rail, get the spin working, and just tweak that cue ball down to a reasonable position for the cut in the 9. Quick look at this bracket to see where's this Jack Cole. What did he get in that last match? He was getting 7 and out, and well, he's waiting to play Chimpy or DJ Rido. Chimpy's 2-1 up, and Larry is waiting on the winner of this match. That's another dry break, by the way. A whole stack of dry breaks in this match, and I think both, as far as I can remember, I think both players have sort of capitalised on them when they've been given that chance. There might have been the odd one that went awry, but in this instance here, Spectre Don's at the point of no return. He cannot afford to miss. He's got to win all the remaining racks to survive on the winner's side. And he's odds-on favourite to be out here. Now again, it depends on what he's happy with doing here. He can simplify it by coming back up the table for the 5 into the side. And that means he's dropping down onto the 6. That's how you make your life easier, by playing the right shot rather than playing that 5 ball a roll up into the top left hand corner. Now this just needs any sort of angle to get that cue ball out off the rail when he pots the 8 and get it in line for the 9. And he's got there. So now Spectre Don needs to be breaking and running, because if he comes up with another dry one where they're all on, he may well have played his last shot in this break. We'll see what happens. Needs a ball and a shot. Not a lot to ask. Well, he's got a couple of balls, a 3 and a 5, followed one another in. And he's got the one into the one into the corner. I thought that was the one up there. It's a 9. 2. How good is the angle? Let's have a quick look. Oh, I think he can get there. It's tight though. It is fairly tight. Well, it is very tight that he can actually get to the one. He certainly couldn't get enough to pot it. And he's tried to bank it up the table, and it just died in the edge of the pocket. Well, it did everything but go in. But it's Mr. Fox now with the golden opportunity to seal Spectre Don's fate to the one loss side. Oh dear. Commentator's curse has done him. He's left it awkward though. It's very tight past the 7, so into the side pocket. Now, where's this cue ball going? Off 2 rails. Avoid the 6. Avoid the 6. He's going to have to jump it. And this cue ball needs to have enough momentum to come off this short rail and go back up the table. And it has. So, as I thought earlier, this match is going all the way. Hill. Oh dear, what's going on here? Clip off the 9. Absolute disaster. Commentator's curse. And Spectre Dawn fell right into his own trap there. The little clip in the 9 drops in dead into the side and sold himself. And Mr. Fox goes through. We'll be annoyed at that. And that's the twists and turns of 9 ball. Just when it looked as if it was going all the way, no sooner had I uttered the words than I cursed him. And Spectre Dawn, you got to laugh, found his way into the hole. So it's Mr. Fox through to play Larry. We'll join that one in a minute. Meanwhile, Chimpy and DJ Rido seems to be going at a snail's pace. It's just 3 racks to 1 now to Chimpy. Jack Cole waiting on the winner of that. And on the 1 loss side, we've got Risk and Christian going at it. And Bankster and John Boot are underway. And these other guys are having to wait on other results. That guy Michael or Sarah, whoever the hell he or she is, he's 3-1 up against Travelling TT. I wonder if he's giving him abuse because he's a moderator. Anyway, somebody's fallen asleep in the Mr. Fox Spectre Dawn room. We'll get in. Larry's already in, he's keen to go. Well, that was a trackball mouse break, that one, Larry. I think Larry's practicing his lock-ups here. I think that's what he's up to. That's what he's trying. He's trying the little soft lock-up to the object ball shots. Oh, the yawning started. Oh dear. On my day off this week, which was Tuesday and Wednesday, but my first day off on Tuesday, I went to bed at, I can't remember what time, it might have been about 9:30 or 9:45, and I woke up at 3:30 in the morning. Now this is on my day off. I woke up at 3:30 in the morning and I got up. And I think I was up for 2 or 3 hours. And then I started feeling really tired again about 6 o'clock. I went to my bed and I woke up about 20 to 10. My sleep patterns are all over the place, this getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning. My body clock kicks in on my day off and I can't get a good night's sleep. Well, I think Mr. Fox is taking a bathroom break, because again he'll be getting the audio alerts. He's finally arrived and we go for the lag. Mr. Fox is at the top of the screen, Larry at the bottom of the screen, and Larry looks as if he's going to win it. So Larry to break, and again it's a scratch match, no handicap. Who won last week's Friday night 9-ball? I've totally forgotten. Was it Chimpy that won it? Somebody can find out. I can't be bothered looking. So ball in the break. No real shot in the one, I don't think. Let's have a look. On. Well, the one ball's just got there. Just got the cover. Where did Mark go? Steve-O, where did he disappear to? Because he's gone all quiet since he went into that room that Chimpy was playing in and started stirring that guy up. He's gone all quiet. He's probably gone. Oh, he's still there. What a numpty. I think he's got the cover. Oh, well, that's just... I think there's a feather edge of that one ball showing. Problem is, if you get it so thin, you end up running into the 8-ball and not getting the cue ball away. Like that. Well, he's managed to get it away. Now, what's Larry going to try here? He's got a choice. He can have a go at the combo. If he can jack up, he can have a go off the 1 and try and stun into the 8. Doesn't know where he's going to finish up though. So he's got two choices of shots here. Now is he looking to... He can't be trying to bank that 1 past the 9. No, he's trying to combo. Where's the cue ball going? Well, this is going to be a problem for Mr. Fox because again he can only see the edge, so he's pushing it towards the 7. And now what does Larry do? I mean, I don't think there's any way he's comboing anything with the shape that these are sitting in. Trying to get in behind. Done not a bad job. Reasonable length in the 1 ball. Not a difficult jump. Oh dear. Good evening to Jim. Well, that's a cracking shot. Bonus ball with a 6-ball as well. Of course, absolutely no idea if he was ever going to get anywhere near the 3. Now, he might be going full-blooded to try and knock this 3 onto the 7 and try and get lucky in the 8 off this. He might as well, unless he's just rolling it dead like that. Well, Larry's got an easy safety. Just a little bit of drawing the cue ball and punch the 3 and double kiss up the table. The only problem with that shot is he could run into the 5 and leave it short. He wants to try and get as far away from the 3 as he can. Oh, it's Jack Cole. Good evening. Oh, he's missed the knuckle. Now again, I think Mr. Fox will be going all out for the cut. No, up, down for the bank. Well, he's... Oh, I think he's got to play the combo this time. Nope, he's tried the bank, and is that going to hold the line? Well, it is. That's a weird one. You've seen those balls, just straighten up once they hit that second rail, and that one held the line and kept going. That's strange. But it's going to be first on the board for Mr. Fox. Meanwhile, Christian goes through 4 racks to 1 on the 1 loss side against Risk. Well, a ball shot in the 1, and again, immediate problem. It'll have to be the 2-7 combo. Well, he could have done with getting that cue ball further out. I mean, he's fell a foot short of where he really wanted to be here. And that's what can happen. You can end up getting really funny in the 2 ball, and ended up with no shot. Well, he's got partial cover. It'll be a straightforward enough jump though for Larry. Again, whether he pots it or not is immaterial, because he's no guarantee he's going to have any semblance of a shot in the 3. And it's going to be from distance. Again, could be the bank, could be the cut. It looks like the cut. Are you relatively new to Virtual Pool 4, Jack, or are you somebody else under a different name like many people are? Well, good evening to Cobra. McDonald's must have shut early tonight. I thought you'd be staying to do the tables. Good evening to Craig Little. Well, I'm seeing new names coming in. That's a good sign. Everybody's welcome to the stream. Oh, you're in a Lenny Henry suite. Is that what you're in? In the Lenny Henry suite. I bet it's all leopard skin and everything. And Travelling TT has taken out Michael. I wonder if Michael's happy about that. So, we're on level terms again. I always remember the time a guy used to work beside when I worked in Curry's, and this will show you how long ago it was, because Frank Bruno, when we were travelling down, we went down on the national bus from Glasgow, Buchanan Street bus station. We drove down through the night, and we were going to have a weekend in London, and while we were driving down, Frank Bruno's fight was on between him and what was the name of the American guy? But anyway, Frank Bruno won it. So if you look back at the dates, you can tell me what date that was. I can't remember who he was fighting, but that was when Frank won the title. and we drove down to London in that bus overnight. And I always remember, now that you talk about Premier Inn, we were staying in, I can't remember the name of the hotel, but it was a big hotel in London. And we were sharing a room. It was 2 single beds, obviously, there was nothing funny going on, but I always remember a thud not long after we went to bed. And I heard this thud, and I put the light on, and there was my mate lying on the floor because because the leg of the bed had broke. I think he turned in the bed, and the next thing you know, the bloody bed collapsed, and he was lying on the floor. I was pissed myself laughing, and I think they put I don't know what it was. I think they put a couple of books under the bed just to level it off, but. Just everything was quiet. All you could hear was the traffic, and then thud. He's lying cursing on the floor. It certainly wasn't a Premier Inn, I know that. Well, I don't know what had been going on in that bed before he got in it, but it certainly wasn't in a fit condition for human habitation, let's just say that. So, Mr. Fox back into the lead. Always remember the first thing I did when I got into the room. The first thing I did, we got into the room, I said, oh, there's a Corby trouser press, straight off with the strides, and put the trousers in the press. I'd never used one. We sold them. We sold Corby trouser presses in Curry's at the time, and I'd never used one. I said, oh, there's a Corby trouser press. Straight down with the strides, straight into the Corby trouser press. Well, there's Mr. Fox asking the same question we're all asking. And it's why these balls, why one ball ends up spinning and it seems to spin forever. Well, I think all the hotel rooms have got like Corby trouser press, or at least they used to, I know that. They certainly, all the big hotels in London used to have trouser presses and stuff like that in them. And your little booze cabinet as well, if you wanted it. And of course, what year would that have been? That must have been 2nd of September 95 it was. Oliver McCall, that was it. So that's, how many years ago is that? 95, 2005, 2015. What, 27 years ago or something like that? Somebody else can do the arithmetic. But that shows you how long ago that was. That was when we were in London, and that was when we were down in the underground, and that was when I saw one of the best buskers I've ever seen. I mean, this guy was classy. Most buskers you see, they're only ever strumming a chord, but this guy could play the guitar, and I don't give many buskers a donation because first of all they have to impress me, and the only other guy I've ever gave money to was in Buchanan Street in Glasgow, and this was before I had the car. And so again, that shows you how long ago it was. That would have been earlier than the Oliver McCall fight. And this was in Buchanan Street. And there was a guy who had, and this was like the typical one-man band. He had the drum in the back, he had the string tied to his legs, he had 2 cymbals in his knees, he had the mouth organ strapped round his neck, and the guitar. And he was called the One-Man Boogie Band. I don't know whether he's still at it, but the reason I liked him is because he was playing my kind of music. He was playing blues stuff, and he was bloody brilliant. I gave him a quid. There's only ever 2 people I've ever given money to as buskers, because anybody else I see busking is some sad guy standing strumming a chord and trying to sing some Oasis song, and they're usually crap. Aye, the one-man boogie band, I'm sure that's what he was called. So, we have Mr. Fox in the lead. Larry, though, looking to square the match. Now, what's this angle leaving him here? Well, he's not bad if he just drops this in. I mean, he could stun it in to hold the cue ball better, stop it leaking away, but no, he's let it run. See, with it leaking away, it means he's got a lot more to do with the cue ball, and this is now gone funny. And the 6 ball, that, let's just say it's not going past the 9. It's not good. So he's looking at maybe clipping onto the 6 and pushing it to the corner like that. And that's just gone. Oh, it's just off the rail. And now the cue ball's running loose. Well, that hotel we were in, for the life of me, I can never remember what the hotel was called. I can't even remember the main bus station in London, but if you said it, I would tell you what one it was. It was a big central bus station in London, and the hotel was round the corner from it. What was I talking about? I've totally lost track there now that I've seen. The hotel we were in had a buffet. Oh, here's another story, and this is true. I don't know whether I've said this one before, but when we went for breakfast that morning, it was a buffet breakfast. You had everything was sitting out, and you just helped yourself to whatever it was. And there was these 2 cute-looking Japanese girls in front of us, and they had, I think they were doing the usual stuff. They were trying British food, and the 2 of them were talking in Japanese. I presume they were Japanese. They were more than likely Japanese, because you know what the Japanese are like for tourists in London. The place is swarming with them. And the 2 of them are obviously muttering to one another, saying, "What's that? Do you think we should have any of that?" And I swear to God, I'm not lying, they had, like bacon and eggs and mushrooms on their plate. And they were looking at this white stuff. And they're saying, and the conversation, not that we could understand, but the gist of it was, "Well, do you think we should have any of this stuff here?" And one of them obviously said, "Well, you have a go and we'll see what it's like." And of course, she promptly spooned some of this white stuff onto her plate, along with like her bacon and eggs and her mushroom. Needless to say, she was trying the porridge. she was putting porridge on her plate. So as much as they wanted to try the British or the English cuisine, they weren't quite aware that porridge was your usual sort of starter for breakfast, or the main course, depending where you are. I think a lot of people in Scotland would just have a good plate of porridge in the morning, and that would be it. But anyway, they thought the porridge was a sort of aperitif to go along with whatever else you were having, so she promptly slopped it in amongst her mushrooms and everything. Hugh, you got to play Stubbs music. Listen, Stubb, there's going to be no shredding in anything I play. First of all, it has to be copyright free, and secondly, it has to be a bloody good tune. It has to be bluesy before I'll let it see the light of day. Now, how's Larry going to deal with this 8 ball? Now, the 8 ball doesn't have to be moved. That's the first thing about it. And the second thing is, he doesn't want to be running into it if he can help it, because he wants to get good on this 6. Now, he might just try to use a nudge to come off the rail and out behind the 6 for the 6 into the side, or is he trying to draw away from it? It looks like it. Well, you see, he's run into the 9, and now he's got to get good on the 8. $19.95. That's what did I say that was? 1995. So 2005 was 10 years. 2015 was 20 years. And 27 years ago. Well, Chimpy's gone through against DJ Redo. I think he's probably next in line for the winner of this match, I would imagine. Larry gets one back, still trailing by one. Now, did he get a ball there? Yes, he has. 3 ball is gone, but no shot in the one unless it's going to be the bank, and I think it's odds on it's going to be the bank. Well, I think he had a look up the table there to see if this would go past the 5, but I can't believe he's going to try that. I mean, that's tight enough as it is to go past the 5, but he's thought better of it. Wasn't risking the bank, and he's got a good safety. That's a good shot. Oh, he tried a little billiard onto the 9. I'll give him that. 10 out of 10. Presume he played it. Get the little double kiss. And that's a bonus. And 4-2. And that one's definitely dry again, I think. So Larry's got it all to do. And again, at the risk of repeating myself 100 times, the balls are all there. All he has to do is find his way through them. Now, he can go straight off the rail and back out of the little draw. But the problem shot here is playing this 5 ball and playing it right so that he can get out for that 6 ball at a decent angle. Because again, he doesn't want to be playing the 6 where he's running into the 9 if he can help it. What the hell is this? What? User commandable super chimpy trackbot fuckeveryone.org. Orgasm. What the hell's that? Somebody explain that to me. Well, what did I tell you? You had to get away to get on the 6. And Larry sold out there, I'm afraid. Everything looks so easy when they're all in the open, but if you don't have that shape properly on the ball before it, things can go wrong. Suddenly it becomes much more difficult, and Larry's lost a very good chance here to get that back to within 1, and as it is now, he's got all the hard work to do. Going to be trailing 5-2. Now there's no explanation as to what that paste is in the chat. Absolutely no explanation. Larry's probably sitting there scratching his head wondering what it's about. And I think it's yet another. We've seen a multitude of dry breaks in this tournament tonight. a whole stack of them, one after the other. And Larry's hitting and hoping. That was all he could do. And the flukes don't help Larry either. Using the rail there to create the angle to cut that 2-ball onto whatever ball it was. I can't remember what it was. My brain's shutting down. Now, well, I think it's just a matter of getting. Oh, aye, in the in the first match of the night. Well, Spectre Don's getting down to business on the 1-loss side. He's beaten Travelling TT 4 racks to 2. So this looks fairly straightforward, just a roll through. And Larry's going to be back against the wall. Well, Larry should now be at the annoyed stage. He's no option now but to come forward, come out fighting if he gets a chance. And he needs Mr. Fox to have another dry break here to give him a hand. And I think he's obliged, but I don't think there's a shot in the 1. That looks too tight. I don't know whether he can see enough of that 1 ball. Well, Larry's picked out a shot there. The little billiard off the 5. The sad thing about that guy, Michael, is he must accuse quite a lot of people of using lines, because he's nowhere near the standard, or he doesn't have the understanding either as to what's going on in the game to appreciate whether somebody does know what they're doing or not. I mean, it's just a stupid thing to say that somebody's using lines just for the simple reason that they know a lot more than you do in how to manoeuvre the cue ball. Because that's what it's all down to. If you haven't the foggiest idea what you're doing, everybody's going to look much better than you. Yeah, I think he's had an identity crisis. Well done, Bedhead. Very impressive. Well, that's 2 good finishes in 2 matches in a row. That's meaning business. he buggered off quick last night. I didn't get a chance to say well done. Stubb was there a minute ago. He's running and hiding from Albinario. Trying the Cobra tactic now, I think, to try and avoid Albinario. Or trying the same tactics he tried against Cobra. But we do have a match on the one-loss side on Sunday night that was just set earlier on this evening. That's the match between MC Clarkey and Tommy from Germany, MC Clarkey from England. That's going to go ahead on Sunday night at 7 p.m. GMT. That'll be 8 p.m. wherever the hell you are, Bedhead, Stockholm, or whatever the hell it is, somewhere up in the Lapland countries. So I'll be there for that on Sunday night. Race to 150. Lapland's in Finland, is it not? Excuse me. Well, is there enough of that 3-ball? No, there's nothing. Oh, but that's a great shot. I wish I'd the replay for that one. That was excellent. Little soft Massey clips the 3 in. And it looks all over for Larry here, unless some other disaster befalls Mr. Fox. Table wide open. Well, Mr. Fox wants to keep focusing here because he could look a proper numpty if he's listening and doesn't get out from here by hooking himself behind the 9. Oh, he's run into it. He's okay. Oh, he needs to miss the 9 again. So all the action's going to be in the one-loss side. Larry's heading over in the mix, and I think it's always dangerous when players like Larry and that end up over there because they're going to bump into somebody where they're giving a stack away in money balls. Treacherous place to be, the one-loss side, with a race to 4. So Mr. Fox goes through by 7 racks to 3. Now, quick look at the racket and catch up here. Now, obviously, Bankster's still waiting on the winner of Stefan and DJ Redo. Stefan 2-1 up there. And Spectre Dawn is given 5 and out to Christian. And Spectre Dawn's already 2-0 up in that match. And meanwhile, we've got Chimpy, who is playing Jack Cole and giving Jack 6 and out. And the winner of that is going to be playing Mr. Fox in the next round, which will be the hot seat match. So, well, this match with Stepan and DJ Redo, it seems to be going fairly slow. Let's nip in, see what's going on here. So, Stepan's getting the 7-ball, but he's certainly not going to get the 7-ball in this rack. Stepan's more than good enough to get the use of that 7 ball. So we're all square. Now these racks are all dead straight. Now you don't see any twist in the rack at all. If there is, it is very slight. You can't even see it. So there's been big changes in the rack. It used to be the rack was tilted left and right and you could spot it a mile away, but you cannot spot it now. Cue ball. Oh, I think that's on the point, is it? Is that right on the titty? I think it is. That's nasty. Well, a bit of good fortune there for Stepan, but he's got to make the most of it. He's got ball in hand. Roll the 1 in, roll the 2 into the right side, roll the 3 in, and he's got the 5 adjacent. Well, it's hardly noticeable, so it is. I mean, you can barely pick it out. I've not spotted one rack tonight that you could say, well, that's tilted slightly left. I've not spotted anything. So clearly Steve's tweaking and the physics and stuff has more or less taken that out of the game. Which I suppose is a wee bit more like real life, because I don't believe anybody tilts a rack as badly as some of them are tilted in the game. Well, Stepan's finding a way to get himself in trouble. He's hooked himself in a 7. And he's obviously going to hit the 7. But this... Well, I think all he did was make an effort to hit the 7. He never made an effort to pot it, but he'll take that. I think the worry about the pot, though, is that the angle he would have to hit that 7, the cue ball could have scratched into the corner. And DJ Redo now has to be careful, because this is Stepan's money ball. And he's still got cover. But this is going to bounce. And what's happened here? The cue ball's still spinning. And that's crazy. So Stepan to get to the hill. Well, let's see how it is in this one. That's bolt straight as far as I'm concerned. Oh, 9 ball goes dangerously close to the corner. And it makes that a big pocket. Very big pocket. In fact, that would be the shot. Cut that 1 ball down the table onto the 9 and bring the cue ball across to the 2. I'm surprised DJ Redo didn't go for the cut there, because that's a huge pocket, that corner on the right hand side. Yeah, I think it probably would be easier to spot it that way. It's certainly difficult to spot it in 9 ball. Well, DJ Redo, the first real good opportunity here. All the balls open. Still a big pocket if he just comes back for the 2. Well, he's gone below it. which certainly gives him an angle to get up table. Now, where's he going to go? Is he just going to... If he just rolls through, he can play the 3 into this left side. He can roll down towards the 7, as I think. Now, maybe not. Maybe that angle wasn't that I thought it was, because he's ended up dead on the 3. Well, that's a poor safety. So, gilt edge opportunity now for Stefan to get this done. And he billiards the 7 in. And he goes through by 4 racks to 2. Now, where are you going to set that up, Semi? On challenge? I don't know whether it's got a league set up. Anyway, Larry's now got a fair weight here because that match has just finished. Now Stefan's got to play Bankster. Spectre Dawn is 3 racks to 1 up against Christian, so he's favourite at the moment to go through, but anything can happen. But you'd have to say Spectre Dawn's the odds-on favourite. Chimpy and Jack Cole. It's 3-2 to Jack. Let's go in. No, there's been nothing happening. I mean, I've got. There's a site called Fixture List, and I've set up. I've done test tournaments on it and test leagues on it. So there are websites you can use, but I wouldn't hold your breath for VP4 leagues. We've waited, the best part of 10 years, and they've never seen the light of day. Well, Spectre Dawn has just completed the win against Christian. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Semi. Where are you planning to set this up? We've only ever had one good league set up, which we had in VP3. That was Satman that was running that. I don't know who made the website up, but I don't think it was him. But that was a good league setup we had for a little while, because it had promotion and relegation on it as well, and it was simple to report your results, stuff like that. So we're now all square, and player 2, Jack Cole, is getting, what's that? He's getting 6 and out, which again is very dangerous. What I'm really getting at, Semi, is how much have you thought into this as to how it's going to be set up and where it's going to be run? You have to get that sorted out first to know that you've got somewhere you're going to go and set this up. Oh, you can. I should have came to you a lot sooner then. I think Albinario had. I can't remember what tournament that was, but they had a website for a tournament they did. That was a while ago. Well, if that's the case, you can set up a cowboy a cowboy in the 10-footer league. You kept that quiet. I'll give that to you. Because you must have known somebody like me might come crawling to you to ask you to do something for us. Totally free of charge, I hasten to add. Oh, well, that little, I forgot that's a combo, isn't it? That was a combo for a money ball. Quick response by Jack. That's the danger of these handicaps. When you're the stronger player, you have to be staying at the table. Voice is going to go. Speak of the devil, and Albinario arrives in the lobby. He might arrive in the stream, and if he does, I can ask him. I can't remember what it was, but he'll know. What the hell happened there? All of a sudden it's 5-3 to Jack. I blinked and I missed it. Whatever happened. Well, Chimpy under a bit of pressure. Can't afford any mistakes, especially when he's potting these balls and getting to the money ball situation. Always very treacherous. Well, the tournament's been going for just on the 2-hour mark. And he's now dead in the water. And he's got to get this safe. Well, he couldn't have potted the ball in the break and won the rack, because if it was the money ball, it would have been spotted. He certainly couldn't have done that. Unless he played another combo or something that I missed. What the league format that you're talking about? Well, that'll never happen then either. Are you talking about VP4 leagues? I'll tell you a little stat, right? I was in VP4 the other day, and this was early on in the day. I think it was my day off, and it was like 11 o'clock in the morning. And because I knew that they were starting, I think they'd started that straight pool, or their own version of the straight pool virtual world championships the night before. I went on to well, what I'm saying, Fuzzy, is he couldn't have made the 8 ball in the break and won the rack, because the money balls in the break are spotted and you stay at the table, so he couldn't have won the rack by potting the 8 ball in the break. What was I saying there? I've lost track of what I was talking about. What was I saying? Oh, I've totally lost it. My brain's gone. I've totally lost track of what my train of thought was there, and that's only in the space of 10 seconds. You were saying how wonderful we were watching your stream. No, I wasn't saying that. Oh no, that's what I was saying, Larry. That's what I was saying. I was in here at 11 o'clock in the morning during my day off, and as I said, they were starting to do that straight pool world championship, and the draw was or the brackets were open the night before, and I just went into Shooter's Pool to see the bracket and to see if there was any results had gone through. And now Jack's on the hill, 6-3 up, and at 11 o'clock in the morning there was 33 in Virtual Pool 4, and I'm not talking about how many were shown online, because Virtual Pool 4 on the main page can show you how many people are online, but it can also show you how many are actually in the lobby. And Shooter's Pool does the same thing. But in Shooter's Pool, there was 103 people playing. And there was only 33 in VP4. What does that tell you? that every time I look at that, that just infuriates me. Oh dear. Well, Chimpy has to get to it. Now the 5 ball does go past the 6s. It's a wee bit tight, but there is room. Yeah, 103 people at 11 o'clock in the morning UK time. But mind you, when you look at the chat in Shooter's Pool, I looked at the chat. The last time somebody had spoke something in the chat was the night before. And I've noticed a couple of idiots in there as well, giving it the trolling abuse in the chat as well. Which I don't know how they do the moderation in Shooter's Pool, because I'm not in it often enough to see anything in action or, you know, anything been done. Well, the 5 does go. He's in a reasonable position. Well, I did say the 5 was a bit tight, and I don't think Chimpy gave it enough attention. And well, if Jack, he's going to be a hard push to get good on this 6 ball, let's be honest. He could end up running into the 8 and finishing straight on the 6 here. Well, he's got a cut on it, so this for the match. And that was careless from Chimpy. You could see that the 5 ball went, but it goes comfortably when you're good on it. But when you're playing a cut shot to cut a ball at that, I've said it 100 times, the adjacent ball seems to double in size. But Chimpy might be getting out of jail here, at least for this rack. I'll tell you what I actually wanted to do. I wanted to go into the, to see what the standard of some of the players were in this tournament that they're playing. Well, he certainly did that on that previous shot. He certainly done that. Yeah, I wanted to get a judgment of what kind of quality these players were like, and I wanted to see what the table was like, what the setup was. It says it's a Pro-Am table, I think, on the tournament info. I just wanted to sort of use my tactical genius eyes to run over a couple of the players and see what sort of level they were at. So, a dodgy little shot in the 9 here, but in it goes. Chimpy survives another rack. This is dry. Well, the banks are open for the 1 ball. Now, well, you either roll through to the bottom rail and come back up and leave yourself on the 3, or I think the angle's not that great. I think you'd be probably better doing that. Well, he's managed to hold it. Didn't think he could get into that and hold it enough, but he's got it. So, well, he's now going to have to either run for cover or play a bank on this 4 ball, which means the cue ball's going to have to run a great deal to be able to get anywhere near the 5. And even if he does that, he's probably not going to have a shot. So the simplest shot would be to run to the long grass somewhere in behind the 8 and 5 ball if he could. Or that 9. Well, he's gone all out for the bank, but that was always going to be the issue. Now, well, he could have a go at the billiard. It's as good a shot as anything. It's a nice bit of room here to clip that 5 and try the billiard onto the 9. I don't think it's worthwhile trying the combo onto it. I think it's easier to actually try the billiard. Well, he's went for the bank. At that pace, that was never ever going to hold any sort of line. So once again, Chimpy at the table. Now this is a pressure shot. Into a semi-blind pocket. And Bankster has gone through against Stepan. 4 racks to 1. Well, good shot in the 5. Needs to get in line in the 6. Probably about as good as he could get. Now, is it all out for the pot? Little stun past the 9. Should be reasonably good in the 7. And this is no miss time. Test the angle again. And I think the pace looks good. So, Chimpy looks as if he's going to keep hanging in there. Trying to take it all the way. Dead straight again, that rack. Well, something went in, I think. 3 balls still spinning. Now, what the hell went in? The 6. 6 ball has gone, sitting nicely in the 1. It's going to be a 2-5 combo. Now, he wants to get in a good line on this too, because, let's have a look. Yeah, this could end up in the top rail. Yeah, he's played it right onto it. And that's the only thing he didn't really want, was a 2 going in. And now it's a testy cut. Cue ball's heading the right direction to get on the 4. Not a problem with that. It's all about potting the 3 and avoiding a scratch. And he's done that. Oh, Stubbs decided to enter the room to annoy people now. Well, these are not pretty, and he has to avoid running into the 9 at all costs here. He's avoided the 9. Well, you would normally just play the little draw off this 8 ball, but if you don't get the line, you're going to rattle and it's going to stay up. And he's played the draw. And he's good to go. So we're going all the way. Under pressure, you've got to deliver. Oh dear. Oh. Oh, I think this is the most dry breaks I've seen in Friday Night 9 ball. I think we'd 1 ball in the last break, but we've had a multitude, a plethora, if that's the word. Now, is that the 8 ball is that the 4 ball that's up there? That's interesting. You can certainly hit the 4 when you're on the rail. Problem is getting out of there where the 7 ball is. Well, if I just run on another 2 or 3 inches, that would have been a good one. But that's a big target up there to bang a ball onto those balls up table. So that's what you've got to be careful about with this 1 ball. You can't be finishing below the 1 ball and giving your opponent a chance to. In fact, you could actually play an angled shot here to try and punch that 1 up towards them. If you can pick the line. But that means the cue ball's running out. Yeah, sensible thing to do. If you were really ambitious, that's what you would try. Could try it here. Just push that. Where's my little line went to? Just push that ball to there or something like that to try and get it to run. But he's going for the cut, and would you believe it? He scratched off the 9. Never saw that coming. In fact, I didn't think he was going to play the cut. So he's given Chimpy ball in hand. I'm pretty certain that provided he can get to the rail, it shouldn't be any problem to pot that 4. And he can't. I don't think he can thump that in because he could end up coming off the 7 and scratching behind the 4. So just drop to the rail and try and draw out of there. He has to draw into the table far enough down so he can play that 5. So and that should do it. Now, how's this hit going to work out on this 7 ball? That could just kill it and keep it top side of the 5. So he's got to juice this up a fair bit to make sure he gets out of there. So the 7 ball wasn't as thick a contact as it could have been, and that little kiss in the 6 has done him a favour. So it's a run to the finish line now. Oh, now this is another one. You've got to get it sweet, this 6 ball. And you've got to punch this in with a draw to hold for the 7. He's played it well. And no heroics here. Just get the cue ball out to see the 8, drop the 8 in, come back out for the 9 up table. Or down table as we look here. No, up table as we look here. I'm getting confused. Off the rail and out. You don't want to get too much top in this. I think you want to just stun this in up table because you don't want that cue ball to track near that side pocket. Funny things can happen. Oh, by the way, Larry, are you there? That's something I meant to ask you. And again, I can't remember where I seen this. I think it might have been. I think it might have been. It might have been on Facebook. I'll show you in a minute in the next match what a guy was doing. You may or you may not have seen this video. Right, so Chimpy is through, and he's now going to be playing Mr. Fox. If we look at this one loss side, Larry's 1-0 up against Bankster. And, well, see how weird things happen in this bracket? Look at that number next to Spectre Dawn. Spectre Dawn, 12,079, whatever the hell that means. That's obviously a bug. It's been there for ages, that bug in the bracket. So, Mr. Fox and Chimpy to go at it. Mind you, Larry won't be there now because he's busy playing. Right. Well, we've got, what, 9-ball bar brawl going on in these matches in the Friday night 9-ball. And somebody's still asleep in that Chimpy match room. So this match is the hot seat match to see who gets through to tonight's final. And we've still got two other strong contenders in that one loss side, Larry and Spectre Dawn. So if, mind you, the handicap could play a huge part in that. Again, Jack Cole's getting 5 and out against Spectre Dawn. That number's cleared up from the bracket, I noticed. So very dangerous in the race to 4. And Larry's now 2-0 up. So we're just waiting on Mr. Fox arriving. I'll have a quick drink. Anyway, I'll tell you guys what I was watching in this video. There was a guy, and he wasn't using a cue, he was just using his hand, and he had the cue ball here on the rail, and he was pushing the cue ball this way down the table, but he was pushing it, and he was trying to, he was having 2 or 3 attempts to get the right spin in the cue ball, but this cue ball was hugging the rail. He was just doing it with his hand, and he was hugging the cue ball was hugging the rail, and when it got to here, it would drop into the middle pocket. And it just shows you how shallow the shelves were on this table. And somebody posted, I know where that table is, or they know what venue it was in. Every time he tried it, he could get the cue ball to run and hug the rail down here, and just as it got past the middle pocket, the weight of it just caught that shelf edge and it would drop into the side pocket every time. I don't think that should ever happen in a table, but it happened in this one. Little short video on Facebook, I think it was. Weird. So, scratch match again. Now, wait a minute here, was this not... Oh no, it was Spectre Dawn that Mr. Fox beat. I'm just looking to see how we ended up there. Oh, that's going to catch the point. Trying to be too cute there. But he's got lucky. I think the angle's still there off that short rail to run into the two. Should be fairly easy enough to hit it. Again, just a feather edge of the two. He's just, well, he's got cover. I don't know whether, I think you'd have to maybe check the cue ball with a wee bit of left here to straighten this up slightly. Maybe not. No, he's got there. Oh, that's exposed it though. Just a tad too heavy. Brought the two ball into play. Well, Mr. Fox deciding against going for the cut in the two. Well, he's waiting a better opportunity, but a better opportunity might not come. He's hoping it's going to come from the safety he's just played. Well, Chimpy would like to play that one again. I think he was trying to kick that two rails. And Mr. Fox does get his reward. Ball in hand. Everything on. Loads of room to get on everything here, so where's the problem going to develop here? Well, it's only ever going to happen if he doesn't come down the table far enough to see the six. Now, let's have a look. This is a little stun. A stun past the 8 ball. Well, I don't believe that that's the best policy to be trying to lead banks all the time. But he's got them all so far. So, first blood again to Mr. Fox. Larry has gone through clean against Bankster. 4 racks to 0 now. Larry must now be waiting and somebody coming over from this side, I think. Oh no, he's not. He's going to be playing either Spectre, Don or Jack. Spectre, Don 2-1 up. Oh, those pies are bloody beautiful. Especially when you're starving like I was that morning. They are first class. What you've got to remember is I'd already devoured 2 rolls in mince before that. That shows you how hungry I was. I mean, I was hungry where my stomach was growling when I was driving home from work in the car. Well, good length on the safety, but that one ball is far enough off the rail, and that's all the only distance it needs to be to entice Chimpy into trying to cut this in. Yeah, he just got it too thin, actually clipped it twice. Look where the 9 ball's gone, and look how lucky he's got here. He's blocked Mr. Fox off on the 1. And now he has to just hope that the 1 ball goes somewhere safe, and certainly not near the 9 ball. Well, all the balls are on, so it's a clean run out here. I'll tell you the other thing that got the Kelly pies out of Brownings, the bakers, and the other thing they do is a steak bridie, which is a big chunk of pastry in your hand, but everything inside it's all steak. Oh, they're even better than the pies. Well, nothing to do other than drop the 4 in, the 6 in, sorry. You know that you can order those pies online, and they'll deliver them to you. Depending on where you are, obviously. If you're outside the UK, they probably won't. So we're going to be all square. Now, is that the Irish Republic? Or is it Northern Ireland? Presumably when you say Ireland, it's the Irish Republic. But I would imagine they would have great places over there to get pasties and stuff. You're bound to get a cracking pie over in Ireland. But if you went on to, if you Google Brownings the bakers, they'll have the website, and you can find out on there if they do deliveries to the Irish Republic. I mean, basically all they have to do is package the thing up, get the courier to collect it, take it to the ferry terminal, dump it on the ferry, and then the courier delivers it, picks it up at the ferry terminal and delivers it to you. Costs you an arm and a leg. Oh, that's, I think, an unlucky break there, is it? Yeah, he's just gone too far past the 4. He can hit the 3 no problem, but he can't get the potting angle, so looking for cover, and that looks pretty good to me if it holds. Oh, it's just sneaked out. Well, the cross bank is on here. That's all he's got available, and he has to avoid the double kiss and then just hope. Oh, if only it had the legs. If only it had the legs. That was tracking in. Oh dear. That was a bit of an unlucky break. 24 pies for 44 quid, so that would be what? I think they are about. I don't even know how much they are. You know that I just pay for them. I'm not interested in how much they cost. Not where food's concerned. When you're starving hungry, the price of the food does not matter if you want that. If you want the pleasure of devouring them. Well, Spectre Dawn has gone through. Jack's tournament's over this week. Tall order against Spectre Dawn. Now, these tournaments are Friday night 9 balls, a learning experience if you're you know, a fairly new player to Virtual Pool 4, or less experienced, that is. A lot to learn. So, Mr. Fox in the lead, cut down the rail in the one, but he'll really have to manoeuvre this cue ball to try and get anywhere near the two. Oh, he's actually overcut it. But again, he might have got away with this as well. I think he has. You can rest assured that if I recommend those pies, they're bloody good. That's the one thing I can guarantee you. They are excellent. And that one that I had that morning was sitting in the oven when I went in. Just still a nice little heat in it. And again, this has to be sort of pocket weight just to keep that 4 ball there. That'll do. So we're going to be tied up again. All square. Now, quick look at this bracket. We've now got Spectre Dawn playing Larry. Spectre Dawn's up 1-0 already. Scratch match. We'll keep an eye on that match, see how it's going, and we'll drop into it if it's getting tight. Now that was the 8 ball that dropped in, and that little kiss on the cue ball there by the 5 had just pushed the cue ball into a slightly better line on the 1. I say slightly better because there's no guarantee that he can be able to see this 2 ball should he get the 1. That 9 ball's in the way, and he's managed to find a gap. And again, no excuses. Players at this level, with this sort of opportunity in an open table, you simply have to be running the table every time. Now he wants to get off this rail here, stay well away from the rail, gives him all the more control in the cue ball to get up top side of that 5, unless he wants to play it long. But then you've got to manoeuvre the cue ball to get good in the 6. You don't want to be doing that. You want to be playing the right shot. And he's got a good angle to get up in the top side of the 5. Well, this isn't ideal. It's going to have to do. And just a drop in, dead weight again. Now a little draggy draw shot, use the rail. Well, is somebody going to find daylight here? Chimpy's got the first opportunity with the breaking rack number 6, a 1 rack lead, to see who gets to tonight's final. And what we've been used to for most of the night, it's another dry break. Still 1-0 to Spectre Dawn according to that. And Mr. Fox finds cover behind the 9. Not a problem jumping the 9, but you can only catch one side of that 1 ball, and that's bound to push the 1. Unless it runs into the 5, it's bound to push the 1 up the table, which is more than likely going to leave a wide open shot like this. So the only saving grace is the fact the 2 ball's slightly awkward where it is. You've got to get up the table again. He took a risk there. I don't know whether he took a risk to try and better the 2 ball or try and just get up top side of it, but he can billiard the 8. And a nice little angle in the 2 to get the cue ball out. And he may well end up in hampered though. No, I think he's alright. That'll do. Well, this is taking shape that it's going all the way, this match. The way it's going at the moment. Nobody's getting that little break, opening up the gap. That might still be yet to come, but at the moment it's tit for tat. One rack all in the Larry Spector Don match. So the loser of this match is going to go through to play the winner of the Larry Spector Don match. And it's another dry break. Well, that one ball probably does cut past the 4 to the right corner pocket. But Mr. Fox had played another decent safety, easy to kick the one. And the 5 ball's right over the corner pocket, and if you manage to hit this sweet, you could knock that one right up the table, right up the rail. And there you go. Commentator's eye. And the 1 ball still on. And the angle is good to run down the narrower side on the right hand side to get on that too. So you're just trying to drop down to the middle pocket here on the right side. Well, I presume he's obviously tried to get bottom side to play the 2 up the table. The problem with this shot is he's running away from the 3. I think it would have been better to try and just drop down to the middle pocket. 3 ball in the bottom rail, pretty much. So this is where the cue ball has to do a fair bit of work here. And that's what makes life difficult. I still think it'd have been far better just playing that a dead weight shot to guide the cue ball down to the middle pocket and take that 2 into this bottom left. It would have been far easier to leave himself a shot in the 3. Well, Mr. Fox has been knocking the banks in all night. He's refused this one and he's going to scratch. And all of a sudden, Chimpy with ball in hand, and all the balls are there. Quick look at this other match as the hiccups have started again. Spector Don's 2-1 in the lead. Well, it would have been better to get closer to this 7. He's going to leave this 8 ball long if he doesn't want to risk doing too much with the cue ball. It's going to be a long cut unless he gets drawn into it off the rail and back up. Oh dear, this has gone wrong. Well, the only place you don't want to be, room enough for the jump and the cut to bail himself out here. Well, it's now one of these in-between shots. Where do you go? Do you go long or do you cut it to the side? He's going to cut it to the side. And that's what happens. Just fell in between shots there. And having to read that pot and angle. And Mr. Fox straight in with another bank. And the only bank they refused there was the one he ended up scratching off. So it's Mr. Fox with the chance, now that he's finally got a ball in the break, to open up the gap. Well, it's now 3-1 to Spectre Dawn. So he's on the brink. Now, again with this shot, it's everything that you can do to avoid running into that 8 when you pot the 6. And he's fine. He can go forward, come off the short rail, side rail and up high enough for the 8, and that will do nicely. So we finally have daylight between the two players. Five ball goes in, top left hand corner, and a shot in the 1. Now 3 ball goes. Well, that's all went wrong. Caught the point, but he's missed the 2, and again he's left it awkward. That's another blind pocket cut into the side. Now that 3 does just cheat past the 8 ball. And that's a good shot. That was well played. Held the cue ball to stay in line and have a shot in the 3. And now he's got to follow this up after that excellent cut into the side. Well, Larry's got it back to within 1. And Chimpy hanging on in to get it back to within 1 in this match as well. Now, are we going to have another dry one? Or are we going to have a ball and a shot? Well, it's going to be the usual dry break and a possible very long 1-9 combo here. Well, he's had a go at it. And he's got second prize. Good cover on it. Oh, Chimpy going to find himself in trouble again. Although, having said that, it's an easy escape. And it's an easy enough pot. And this cue ball should come past the 8 ball. He doesn't need to hit this too hard. He just wants to be able to come back up and see that too. Well, I think he's just got there. Or has he? No, he hasn't. He's going to have to jump again over the edge of the 8. He just cannot see enough of the two. Keeping an eye on this other match. Right, it's gone to a final rack decider. Let's get in. If it's not all over already, it might be all over. Oh no. And it looks like it's going to be Spectre Dawn that's going to go through. The way he's sitting here at the moment. Well, this is not ideal. But again, was there ever a doubt he's going to be home and dry? So Spectre Dawn is through to the semi-final, waiting to play the winner of the Mr. Fox Chimpy match. And we look as if that we're going to end up all square here in a minute. Well, we're a few minutes away from 3 hours tonight, and we're going to be a fair bit longer than that because we've still got that semi-final match to play and then the final race to 9. So we could be here the best part of an hour yet. Well, ball in the break this time. And a shot. And all the balls on. I don't need to say what I would normally say. Well, this has gone fairly straight, this 6 ball. And this is the only problem with that shot. Playing this 7 ball at such a distance, he's got to really dig into the cue ball to track this back down the table here. And that'll do. It's not quite the bedhead territory, but it's good enough. So, Chimpy on the hill with the break. And why break the habit of a lifetime? It's back to dry breaks. Dry break, but no shot, and the 3 balls locked up with the 9. So this is a table that's got to be worked at for anybody to try and take this rack out. Good safety though. Oh, that's a great outcome. A little nice roll of the ball there. Good hit in the 1. And that's the sort of running you need to give you that little edge. Well, Chimpy's got his chance, albeit just to pot the 1 and the 2. He's got a very slim chance of doing anything more than that. And even less of a chance now that he's stuck to the rail and fairly straight in the 2. So it's going to be just a little thin clip in the 3 and then run for cover, I would think. Try and get back up into that left-hand corner, because the 9 ball will keep the 3 ball there. So you want to get good enough pace in this to get this cue ball right up the table. 3 ball's not really going anywhere from there as long as you get it thin enough. Well, he's got that actually too thick, but he's got good length in the cue ball. However, is there enough of the 3 shown to cut that? Yes, there is. But he just got that too thick. He needed to be a feather edge thinner than that on the 3. And this is definitely odds on to go all the way now. If Mr. Fox can see the 5 once he's potted this 4. Well, he's holding that a fairly tight angle to cut this into the side. But in it goes. Well, it looked like it was going to be this from very early on in this match. Sharing racks between one another. So we've got the final rack decider. Mr. Fox breaking for the match. Now I'm asking myself, what the hell's he doing? Two ball goes in off the break. Shot in the one. Three ball in the middle of the table. Four ball left side rail. All available. Well, he might just drop in behind that. Where's the cue ball going? Oh, he's okay. Yes, it's still going on. I'm on my last legs. That was my last eggs an hour and a half ago, so I'm pretty much dead in the water here, lying back in my chair. Well, fairly straightforward roll up the table for the match. So, is Mr. Fox through to the final tonight? But who's he going to meet? Well, it could be Chimpy on a revenge mission, but Chimpy's going to have to take out Spectre Dawn on the one loss side semi-final, because that's the match that's about to be played next. And well, we're waiting both players arriving, and while that's happening, I'm just going to nip out here, take care of some business, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Now I am back, but I've had to. I'm actually nibbling on some pork loin because I'm starving, and it's beautiful. So, Chimpy off and running, first rack on the board. And we're now, what, almost 3¼ hours into the night in the tournament. Well, it's not too late for me, bearing in mind I'm up in about 5 hours' time. But I was really hungry. Mm. Right, that's me finished eating. So, short race to 4, no time for hanging around. Well, ball has dropped into the side. I didn't catch what one it was. Oh, so it's a 6. Three goes clean, no problem there. So Spectre Dawn, very strong odds to just be one away at the end of this visit. And probably out of all the players in this tournament, week on week, he's the one player that gets the most time at the table in VP4 that I've seen. Because I think he was in for a big part of the day today, playing 10 ball and 9 ball, I think. And I think he's doing that on a fairly regular basis, so he gets plenty of table time, plenty of practice. And the proof of that is the amount of times that he's gone on not only to the final of this tournament, but having won it umpteen times. So he's one away, and Chimpy in dire straits here. Many people are in this room, 7 in the room. Well, Buzz's in lot was in the stream, but he's done a runner. He's in the room as well, along with Spud Boy. Well, he's just got enough cover. Oh, he's still there as well. Well, Chimpy has a chance. I do have work tomorrow, Slim. Good evening. You're a bit late to the party. It's 20 minutes past 10. We've still got the rest of this match and then the final to go. And I'm up at 4 AM. But I broke the good news earlier. The good news is that I'm working Sunday and then I'm off for another week, all next week. We've also, for Slim the latecomer, we've got another match in the one loss side in the straight pool Virtual World Championships, and that will be Sunday afternoon for Slim. It will be 7 PM GMT, excuse me, for us in the UK, and that's between Tommy from Germany and MC Clarkey from England. And we've got Stubb and Albinario still to get set. Well, this is a big tester, this one. They're cutting the 7 to stay alive, basically. And he sent it to the rail too soon. How's his luck? Not bad, is it? He'll take that. You need these lucky little breaks if you're going to hang in. Sometimes you can't do it all on your own. Well, if that had gone further to the rail, Chimpy wouldn't be interested, I don't think. But this is good enough to give him a cut. Well, where's the cue ball? Well, this is worse than the 7 ball that he had. And he's got to hit this, not only to pot it, but to bring the cue ball back across the table, and he's dug out a shot when he needed to. So he's still in it. And it's the usual, he wants a ball and a shot on the break. Oh, welcome to Hairpig. All of these latecomers to the party. I take it you know about the match on Sunday night as well then, or was you here earlier on? I can't remember. I've just told Slim. Sensible time zones. GMT is the only sensible time zone. All the other time zones are worked around it. Oh, you did hear it good. Bedhead's worse than me. He's an hour ahead of me, so he's 25 past 11. And here Pig's trying a psychological approach against Bedhead. I don't think that'll work. I think you need more than psychology if you're going to give Bedhead a match. You don't want to end up like me, talk a good game but play shit. So, Spectre Dawn is heading to yet another Friday night 9-ball final. Where can this go wrong? Well, he's going to have to play the little draggy cut off this 9 just to divert the cue ball. Just a little draw. And that's a shot. So Spectre Dawn battles his way through to another Friday night 9-ball final. This time he's going to be playing Mr. Fox. Now, a quick look at this bracket from earlier on, because I'm convinced that... no, I thought Mr. Fox had played him earlier. Yes, he did. Yes, it was Spectre Dawn that ended up in the one-loss side from Mr. Fox earlier on. So this is a revenge match for Spectre Dawn. Race to 9. And I hope the two of them are in the room quick to get this over and done with, because I need to get to bed. Well, Mr. Fox says hi, good luck. I think he thought I was Spectre Dawn there for a second. Spectre Dawn's not in yet. So we know it's going to be a scratch match. Now it's a question of whether fatigue is going to set in, because it usually does play a wee part in this sometimes. These guys have been at it for 3.5 hours. Cue ball's going to scratch. Well, I was saying that earlier on here, Pig. Out of everybody in the tournament that turns up every week, Spectre Dawn, I can guarantee you, during the whole week, is the one player that has the most table time in Virtual Pool 4 that enters this tournament. There's nobody else that's getting as much table time as Spectre Dawn. Because he was at it this afternoon. I think he was playing 10 ball for a couple of hours or more. And maybe 9 ball as well. I don't know, but he was certainly in. And he's in pretty much every day that I see. So here we go. With the lag. Mr. Fox at the bottom of the screen. Spectre Dawn at the top. And, well, Spectre Dawn's gone AWOL as far as the lag went. But if you keep putting in the amount, I mean, I used to play a lot more in VP3 than Spectre Dawn ever does in VP4, I'll tell you that. A lot of us did in the past. I mean, I initially started off in 9 ball and then moved on to snooker, but I used to play loads and loads. But circumstances were different then. It's not the same now. Age is catching up with me, as well as the amount of time I can be here. And in fact, the main reason I don't play, I'll be really honest, is because I'm so tired. And I don't enjoy playing when I'm tired. And the only time I do really make a point in an effort to try and get a game is usually my days off in the morning, and that's just playing cowboy. I might get a couple of games in then, and that's about it in the whole week. Straight away, Spectre Dawn's into his stride. And that's after having lost the lag. I'll tell you the other thing, I used to have the mouse I had in VP3 was a great mouse. It was a cheap mouse, but I had it dialed in and I had much better touch. And then, of course, it eventually broke that mouse, and it's never been good since. I've tried umpteen mice, and I can never really get one that I'm really, really happy with the setup. Well, 4 ball looked in the hole and then eventually dropped. And a shot in the 1. And it's going to be one of these little jabby ones again to punch the 1 in and get that action in the cue ball to be able to have a shot in that 2 in the top rail. And he's played it perfect. The only problem is he's fairly straight and he's stuck to the rail. Now, can he get himself up the table? He can force this in and punch the cue ball up. Missed the 8 though, although he hasn't. But he's got the easy cut combo. But again, he just wants to be getting enough weight in this to nudge onto the 6 and keep the 3 ball there like that. And now the crucial one. This is the one that will make or break the rack. Getting it out of that corner. And again, I think he's got that dead weight plumb on the 5 ball. Couldn't have played it any better. Oh, that threatened to go pear-shaped. Well, it's a tester. Well, any time so far I've said he has these testy shots, he's nailed them straight in the pocket. He's not failed on them yet. Well, he has this time. And he's got the dreaded knuckle. Left the 8 ball over the other corner, middle pocket. And it's up and down the table. For a steal here for Mr. Fox. Yep, that was the commentator's curse in full evidence there, full float. So 1 rack all. Trying the centre break. That didn't get any joy either, it's dry. And this 1 ball is on. But look at the 3 and whatever ball that is up there. Is that the 8 ball that's stuck next to it? Yes, it is. So that's dead in the water. And the 3 and the 8 ball are all guarded. They're surrounded by the 4, the 5 and the 7, so they're not easy to get to. As try as you might off this 2 ball, you're going to have to get extremely lucky. Well, he's not even going to get that far. He's missed a 1. He's Spectre Don's decided he's going to leave the hard work up to Mr. Fox. Let him worry about it. And he could end up hooked here. And he's kicked the 7 out of the way, so now you can go to the depths of the table here. Right down this bottom cushion here if you can. That's probably going to be available for a cut, that 3 ball. And that is, and I've said this before, that 5 ball is just the perfect guide to force you onto that edge of the 3 to make the cut. But the cue ball needs to hit the 5, I think. If you can, to try and keep the cue ball somewhere adjacent to the 4. Well, he got it too thick. Well, these are perfect opportunities with the way these are set. Again, got to dig into the cue ball. Get that stud and draw working. That's nowhere near it. That's a foot short. Well, he's got to hit this with pace, get the cut. He should get lucky with the kick in the 7. And it's another one. Same again, thin cut. Run off the 2 rails, back across for the 8. Well, Mr. Fox has dug himself out a hole there. And he's going to be in the lead. Well, there's no sign yet that any of the 2 players are cracking with the longevity of this tournament. We're now 3 hours and 39 minutes since we started. Well, that tells me he isn't playing straight pool then, Slim. Well, he's way too close to the 3. I don't know whether he can skim that hard enough. No, just playing the safety. Oh, the high rollers one. But is it just the 2 of yous in the final? Was there anybody else signed up for it? Oh, that's a nice little kiss in the 6. That is a bonus. Just to pay these. So you're the only 2 high rollers in town tonight. I can see that you're obviously here tactically trying to get me to go into the room and jinx stub. I think that's your plan. Well, that was a thin edge in a 3. That'll do as a safety. Barely brushed the 3 ball, left it stuck to the rail. That's what I'm talking about. That's the shot that if you get it right, you get 9 foot of distance between the cue ball and the object ball, and then it makes the next safety. Oh, this might be a combo. Oh, I thought it was going to push that in there. Well, I think that is there enough of that 3 ball? I'm not convinced. I don't think there's enough of the 3 ball. It might be the way that he's cutting it. He could catch the edge like that. Well, it did everything but go in, didn't it? Well, this is a little break that might allow Mr. Fox to take advantage. If he can take this out and get the break, obviously in the next rack. He's got daylight. Can he capitalise on it? Well, again, we're back to dry breaks. Nothing doing. And nothing on for Spectre on either but the push out. Well, this is not quite as clear cut to catch the edge of that one and get away from it, because there is traffic in the way here. And if you don't get that right, you can leave the one and the cue ball adjacent. Well, he's fluked something into the side, whatever it was. And well, he's trying to bend around this 8 ball to make that potting angle cut on the 1. But it looks as if he's lining up that way just to spin it. Then again, maybe not. I think he's just looking for the safety. Yeah, good luck, Slim. Sounds as if you need it. Looks pretty good. Yeah, just everybody loves a try or slim. Keep going. Well, is Mr. Fox going to inflict a bit more pressure on Spectre Dawn? He's going to start asking him the question. If he can get to a 4-1 lead. Oh, he's going to that ugly place. The place you don't want to be. Might play the bank again here. And again, he's got it. So 4-1 with the break. And it's dry again. Inspector Dawn's not got an easy starter. He's got a dodgy little cutback in the one. What's still spinning? That 6 ball. Looking around the table to see what ball's still rolling. And it's a 6 ball down the bottom left. Well, he's just stayed high enough for the cut in the 2, so he has an opportunity, albeit a fairly slim one at the moment, unless he can find a sweet spot to get onto this 4 ball. Now he may well be just holding the line here to leave this 4-7 combo. He might not be doing anything else other than holding a straight line. Or trying his best to hold a straight line. He could have been better if he was out into the table a bit more to the left. He's now just got to cut this. And again, if he plays it pocket weight, he'll give it every chance to go in and keep the 4 there or thereabouts. Well, he's played the stunt. Well, he's now awkward. And of course, can he get a clean hit and get up the table? Or is he just going to try and roll this in dead weight and cut the 5 up the table? So he has to make that decision and go 100% for it. So he's gone up table. Nudge the 8. That'll do. So Spectre Dawn looking as if he's started on his road back. Is he going to get off and running and into the groove? Oh dear. Well, I've cursed him again. What's he playing, the cut or the bank? Let's have a look. Well, I think he's made his mind up it's going to be the cut. Well, he's given it plenty of thought. I presume that's what he's doing, unless he's changed his mind. No, well, it looked like he tried to cut that into the side, or he may well have just thought better of it and looked for a safety. in which case it's not too bad, but it is off the rail enough for Mr. Fox to have a go at this again. Oh, he's got it right on the nail and needs to keep running. I think he's perfect. Just drop it into the side. So this is one that's got away for Spectre Dawn. Getting out of shape on the second last ball, I think it was. And Mr. Fox creeps away by one more rack. 5-1 lead. And Mr. Fox is taking a bathroom break. Well, while he's taking a bathroom break, I know what we'll do. Oh, where's the cue ball going? I've cursed Stubb. He's had to kick there and he's ended up scratching. I'll just annoy him. Well, that match might turn around yet. I just went in at the right time. Never fails. So, Mr. Fox still taking care of business with a 5-1 lead. Now you can accept the fact that somebody's going to have to take a bathroom break when you're 3 hours 50 minutes into a tournament. Your bladder can't hold out that long, especially if you're sitting drinking like I am. Not alcohol, just water. It's got to end up going somewhere. So we're off and running again, and same result again, as there has been far too many times tonight. Loads and loads of dry breaks. Far too many. Spectre Dawn's up against it now. He's got to pull out all the stops and dig himself out of a hole here. The question is whether he's going to get any assistance from Mr. Fox in the matter. But he's got to play better safeties than that. Okay, the cue ball's hampered. And it's a testy pot on this too, and not a lot you can do with the cue ball. He might be able to get around the angles and out if he just lets it run plain ball and finish somewhere near the 5 ball. Well, he's went for the bank. And that's still going to hold the line, I think. Oh, no. It looked as if it was just going to hold enough off that jaw and go in. Well, would you believe it? Things are going from bad to worse. I think I've cursed Spectre Dawn now as well. Playing the draw shot off the 2 and draw straight into the side pocket. And Mr. Fox can't believe it. But he's got ball in hand. And a great opportunity to stretch the lead even further. Well, the brush off the 9 has almost kept the cue ball in play. It's again a dodgy angle. It's going to be the cut. And how's that 8 ball in the rail? Let's have a look. Well, it's not frozen. But the cue ball is going to have to be worked again to get behind that 8 ball. Loads of left hand spin to help it around the angles. So this is just going to be a straight roll in and follow through to open up the angle in this 9 ball. Straighten up as much as you can, as much as you dare by going forward. So Spectre Dawn's unforced error, the draw into the side pocket, has cost him. It's expensive, and it's a big 6-1 lead for Mr. Fox. I wouldn't say unassailable lead because he's still 3 away. But if only he could get a ball in the break, he could keep going, but it ain't happening. And now Spectre Dawn can either play the thin cut in the 1, probably run into the 5 and not have a great shot in the 2, or play the bank onto the 8 over that right hand corner pocket top side. And I think he's just got there. And the 1 is going to have to probably be banked in the other pocket, because this is certainly not what you want to be cutting. And this time he's not picked a line. And this time Spectre Dawn looks as if he's got lucky. That is just past the middle pocket, that 1 ball. Too heavy. Way too heavy. So a second bite at the cherry for Spectre Dawn, which he cannot afford to waste this time. Well, we are 4 minutes away from 4 hours tonight. Well, 2 ball wiped its feet, looked in the hole and then decided to drop. And this is a crucial shot, getting nice in the 4, which he has done. Well, nice-ish. He's going to have to either punch this in or just take his medicine and kill it. Yeah, because that's now leaving him the angle to run 2 rails, possibly 3, somewhere over by the 9 ball is where he's going to finish here. Well, he's let it run a wee bit shorter. That'll do though. But it's 1 back. I'm trying to click that tab. Oh, there it is. Take it slim and stubber still at it. Looks like it. I haven't seen the result there. Well, something went. Spectre Dawn back to within 4. It's tight, but it will go. So Spectre Dawn off and running on the comeback trail. I think he's had a quick look at that 5 ball, and it doesn't go past the 8, so he knows he's have to come back across. Now he's gone pretty straight in this ball, trying to pinch the angle to come in. I thought he might have went inside, but he's managed to get across. That'll do. And again, the pace is pretty good. Just gone a wee bit further for comfort, but provided he can just skim past the 9 and get out into the table, he's going to have a long 4. I'm losing track of what the colour of these balls are now. He's going to have a long 7. Well, he's went stunning up the table. Now these have to be hit with a certain pace, not only to pot the ball, but to get the cue ball to move. And that line just took him straight into the pocket. And that's another big unforced error and a big steal here for Mr. Fox. And the comeback snuffed out, and I presume stub 1. Well, the breaks are certainly not working a great deal in this tournament tonight, and all the matches we've seen. Been absolutely bucket loads of dry breaks. And there's another one for the collection. So, 2 big unforced errors from Spectre Dawn have cost him 2 racks, certainly. Well, that's a cracking cut in the 1. Well, he's unfortunate he's hooked, but he's going to be bailing out with the jump stick to make the cut in the 2. And Spectre Dawn is anything but dead and buried yet. But he's had self-inflicted damage here as well. And if he can cut those out and get down to business, he can still get back into it. And that one used all of the pocket as well, but he's found the line onto the 4. You stick to 9 ball stub, that's your best chance. I've always said that. And the only reason it's your best chance is you don't have to really be that good with the cue ball, as long as you keep potting balls. That's why you've got that advantage in 9 ball. And you're going to have to fire up big time for your match with Albie. So Spectre Dawn isn't done yet. If he can get on a roll, if he can get a break and run here, well, the 1 ball's gone into the right side pocket. He can see the 2, but he's running away from the 3. I think he's just going to nurse this in dead weight and leave the little cut. Yeah, he's fine. So there's the problem. That 6 ball is blocked off, I think. Yes, it is. And that hasn't finished very good. He's left a very thin cut in this 5. Ran into the 8. Cue ball thought about scratching, and he's going to have to create the combo here. Going to have to cut that 6 ball. No, he's not interested. That would have been a bit brave to be taking that one. Well, a kick in by Mr. Fox. Oh, there's risk at it again. I mean, was this guy Alex in the chat causing any disturbance? That's what I'd like to know. Alex has arrived, and no sooner has Alex arrived, and how does Risk know that that's snakes? That's what I want to know. How does he know? Well, that's what I'm querying. You know, what justification does he have, and what proof does he have that is snakes? Anyway, Mr. Fox on the hill. 4 ball in the break. Possible bank on the 1. He's smashed it in. And he's heading for the finishing line. I think I'm going to ask Steve to tell us how Risk knows that guy is snakes. Is Risk got access to check people's IPs and whatever? Because a moderator normally doesn't. So he must have some method of being 100% certain that that's him. And as I say, why keep doing that? Why not have him banned totally? So it's Mr. Fox, barring an almighty disaster here, who's going to take out Friday Night 9 ball. And those errors by Spectre Dawn have ultimately cost him, because Mr. Fox took all the opportunities he got, and he runs out the winner. And I'm not hanging about, guys. Remember, we've got that match on Sunday night. If you can't be there for it, it'll be on YouTube afterwards. It's the match between MC Clarkey and the one lost side against Tommy from Germany. Race to 150. Starts at 7 PM GMT. I'll be there. And until we meet again, I'm bidding you good night. Take care. Thanks all for watching. And I'll see you again soon.